Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Blue flames danced across the ancient tomes in Hogwarts' restricted section, consuming pages without leaving ash or char. The peculiar fire moved with purpose, seeking specific knowledge, devouring only texts that mentioned the forgotten order of the Dragonmages. Madame Pince's detection charms had triggered just before midnight, but by the time professors arrived, dozens of irreplaceable volumes had been reduced to empty bindings. In the Gryffindor Tower, 16-year-old Rowan Emberforge awoke with a strangled cry, his bedsheets smoldering where his hands had clutched them. Moonlight streaming through the dormitory window illuminated a horrifying transformation. Iridescent scales had erupted across his forearms, glowing ember bright before fading to a dull copper. He stared in disbelief, remembering his grandfather's bedtime stories. When the dragons call to their kin, flesh becomes fire, and the old blood awakens. Impossible, Rowan whispered, but the ancestral memory of his family, dragon keepers for 17 generations, stirred within him like awakening embers. By morning, news of the library's affliction had spread throughout the castle. Headmistress McGonagall's face was grave as she announced the ministry's involvement, introducing a severe-looking witch with silver-threaded robes and cold eyes. Inquisitor Ravencroft will investigate this incident, McGonagall explained, her voice betraying concern. All students must cooperate fully. Rowan pulled his sleeves lower, heart pounding as Ravencroft's gaze swept across the Great Hall, lingering momentarily on the Gryffindor table. His family had always kept to the shadows of wizarding society, their affinity for dragons viewed with suspicion since the Great Purge of 1742, when dragon mages were declared dangerous and their practices outlawed. In potions class, disaster struck. While brewing a simple calming draught, Rowan's cauldron erupted in blue flames identical to those consuming the library books. Professor Slughorn extinguished the fire with a wave of his wand, but not before Ravencroft, who had been observing from the doorway, witnessed everything. "Emberforge," she called, her voice cutting through the murmurs. "Come with me." Instead, Rowan fled. With practiced ease born from summers exploring the castle's secrets, he slipped through hidden passages, emerging near the edge of the forbidden forest just as alarm bells began to ring. He could hear shouting behind him, ministry officials converging, brooms taking to the air. The forest welcomed him with ancient, gnarled arms of twisted oak and ash. Rowan ran until his lungs burned, deeper than any student had ventured in decades. When he finally collapsed against a moss-covered boulder, he noticed the strange silence. No birds sang, no creatures rustled in the underbrush. The forest was holding its breath. "They hunt you because they fear what they cannot control," came a voice like wind through dried leaves. Rowan whirled to face a woman with silver hair and amber eyes, her weathered face marked with age but alive with fierce intelligence. Her clothing was peculiar, robes of overlapping leather pieces resembling scales, shimmering with protective enchantments. "Who are you?" Rowan demanded, raising his wand. "Someone who once ran as you run now." She approached without fear, her movements fluid despite her apparent age. "I am Serenia Ashclaw, last of the true dragon mages, until today." her eyes fixed on Rowan's arm where scales had begun to emerge again, glowing like hot coals. The ministry wiped our kind from history, burned our sanctuaries, and forbade our practices. Yet the dragons remember, and so does the blood that flows in your veins. Over the next days, hidden in Serenia's cave, dwelling beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, Rowan learned the truth. The Dragonmages had been neither dark nor light, but guardians of balance between dragonkind and wizardkind. Their power came not from controlling dragons, but from communion, the willing sharing of magic between species. This symbiosis had created magic beyond imagining, until fear and greed corrupted the relationship. The blue flames are dragon fire, Serenia explained as she guided Rowan through meditation. Not physical fire, but the essence of dragon magic, seeking to protect its secrets from those who would misuse them. Under her tutelage, Rowan's transformation accelerated. Scales now covered his arms entirely, spreading across his shoulders and spine. With concentration, he could make them retract or emerge at will. More startling was his newfound affinity for fire, not just controlling it, but becoming one with it, understanding its hunger and voice. The ministry fears us because we represent what magic once was, Serenia told him one evening as they sat before a fire that changed colors with their emotions. Wild, primal, unbound by their laws and regulations. We remind them that their power is borrowed, not absolute. On the seventh night, Rowan woke to Serenia's urgent whisper, "They've found us. They've deployed the Dracovore." They fled into the mountains as dawn broke, climbing higher into the mist-shrouded peaks. Behind them, crashing through ancient trees like they were twigs, came a monstrosity, half construct, half beast. The Dracovore stood 15 feet tall, its metal body inscribed with runes of binding and destruction, its core powered by the harvested heartstrings of dragons. Created during the Purge as the ultimate weapon against dragons and their allies, it had been locked away for centuries in the Department of Mysteries. "We must reach the Obsidian Sanctum," Serenia gasped as they climbed higher. The last sacred place of communion, hidden within the dormant volcano the dragons once called home. The Dracovore gained ground, relentless in its pursuit. When it cornered them on a narrow ledge, Serenia thrust an ancient amulet into Rowan's hands, a dragon's eye crystallized in amber. "I was never meant to restore the bond," she said, her eyes wild with desperation and hope. "I was only the keeper, the preserver of knowledge." "You are the catalyst, Rowan Emberforge. The dragons chose you." With those words, she turned to face the Dracovore, her body erupting in brilliant blue flames as she channeled magic undisturbed for centuries. "Go!" she commanded. "Find the heart of the mountain." Rowan ran as the mountainside behind him exploded in light and stone. The amulet grew warm against his skin, pulling him forward until he reached a sheer wall of black glass. Obsidian formed from ancient dragon fire. As he pressed his scaled hand against it, the barrier melted away, revealing a vast chamber within the mountain's heart. Great columns of crystallized magic supported a domed ceiling etched with the history of dragons and wizards. At the center lay a pool of molten gold, bubbling despite the chamber's cool air. Surrounding it were skeletons, 7 dragons and 7 wizards, arranged in a perfect circle, their remains undisturbed for centuries. The amulet pulled free from Rowan's grasp, hovering over the golden pool before plunging into its depths. The liquid began to swirl, rising up in a spiral that enveloped Rowan. Images flooded his mind, dragons soaring alongside wizards, sharing knowledge and magic freely. The first betrayal, when a wizard sought to enslave dragonkind, the schism that followed, the final stand of the last Dragonmages in this very chamber, sacrificing themselves to preserve the potential for renewal. A thunderous crash announced the Dracovore's arrival. It stood at the entrance, scorched and damaged from Serenia's final stand, but still functioning, its single purpose driving it forward. Rowan understood then what he must do. Embracing the fire within, he allowed the transformation to complete. Scales covering his body entirely, his vision sharpening, senses expanding beyond human limitations. The golden liquid responded to his metamorphosis, hardening into armor across his transformed flesh. "And the time of separation is ending," Rowan declared, his voice resonating with power not his alone, but the collective memory of all dragon mages before him. The Dracovore charged, but Rowan stood his ground. When they collided, blue flames erupted between them, not destructive, but transformative. The harvested dragon heartstrings within the construct resonated with Rowan's awakened blood, remembering their true purpose. In a blinding flash, the Dracovore collapsed, its metal shell falling away as the dragon essence contained within was finally released. The spirits of dragons long dead swirled around the chamber, their joy palpable as they sensed the potential for renewal. As the blue flames subsided, Rowan stood changed, neither fully human nor dragon, but something between. The harmony of old had been remembered, the possibility of restoration awakened. Above, through the chamber's oculus, he could see dragons circling, real physical dragons, drawn by magic thought lost forever. "The bond can be reforged," Rowan whispered, understanding his path forward. The old blood had awakened, and with it, the promise of a world where wizards and dragons might once again share magic as equals, not as master and beast. The ministry would still hunt him. Years of fear and prejudice would not vanish overnight. But as the dragons descended toward the mountain that had once been their ancestral home, Rowan Emberforge, the last and first dragon mage of a new age, stepped forward to greet them, scales gleaming like living embers in the ancient light. Story 2. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle groaned like a slumbering giant rudely awakened. Portraits swayed, stairs shifted in chaotic patterns, and deep in the bowels of the school, something that had slept for centuries stirred. The magical earthquake lasted barely 30 seconds, yet when it subsided, the castle stood fundamentally altered, not in its physical structure, but in its secrets. Cassandra Dawnlight felt the change immediately. Standing in the empty astronomy tower well past curfew, the 17-year-old Ravenclaw watched in fascination as the stars themselves seemed to shudder, constellations momentarily forming unfamiliar patterns before settling back into their ancient arrangements. Her quill, hovering above her observation journal, sketched these fleeting celestial aberrations of its own accord. "A convergence," she whispered, her breath fogging in the midnight air. Time and space, momentarily unbound. 3 days later, while the professors were still cataloguing the earthquake's effects, Cassandra descended into the deepest levels of the dungeons, following the pull of academic obsession. The castle had secrets. Everyone knew that, but Cassandra had dedicated her years at Hogwarts to systematically uncovering them. She'd mapped forgotten chambers, catalogued hidden passages, and translated obscure inscriptions etched into cornerstones. Her fellow students considered her brilliant but peculiar, too consumed by dusty mysteries to forge meaningful connections. But this discovery would change everything. The narrow passageway ended in a stone archway that, according to Cassandra's meticulously annotated maps, should not exist. Beyond it lay a circular chamber dominated by an imposing door. Unlike the castle's usual oak entrances, this door gleamed with a metallic sheen, its surface inscribed with 7 concentric rings of runes that occasionally shifted position, pulsing with faint multicolored light. "The septum sigillum," Cassandra breathed, recognizing the legendary 7 seals mentioned in Hogwarts. A history, but dismissed by scholars as metaphorical. Her fingers traced the outermost ring of symbols, which glowed azure at her touch. 7 seals, 7 tests, 7 keys. For 2 weeks, Cassandra studied the door in secret, filling a dedicated journal with observations and theories. The runes, she discovered, represented different branches of magic: transfiguration, charms, divination, potions, herbology, defense, and a 7th discipline whose symbols matched no known magical system. More intriguing still, the door seemed to evaluate her, the runes brightening when she spoke certain words or performed particular movements. Cassandra realized she would need help, specific help, to unlock the mystery. "Why should we trust you with our Saturday?" demanded Ilara Winterhaven, a silver-haired Slytherin with a cutting gaze. "You've hardly spoken 10 words to any of us in 6 years." They sat in an abandoned classroom, 5 students hand-selected by Cassandra for qualities she'd observed from afar. Besides Ilara, whose talent for potions was unmatched, there was Finian Blackthorn, a burly Hufflepuff with an uncanny affinity for plants, Tristan Moonshadow, a Gryffindor dueling champion, Lysandra Starweaver, a soft-spoken Ravenclaw whose divination predictions were eerily precise, and Orion Nightshade, a taciturn Slytherin transfer student who rarely demonstrated exceptional ability, yet somehow knew ancient magical theory that predated established curriculum. "And because," Cassandra replied, spreading her notes across the table, "I've found something that hasn't been seen in centuries, and the door won't open unless we work together." She'd chosen correctly. Despite initial skepticism, academic curiosity soon overrode reservations. By midnight, they stood before the sealed door, wands drawn, ingredients prepared, minds focused on the challenge. "Each seal requires a different magical discipline," Cassandra explained, "and each must be unlocked simultaneously." The unsealing ritual was arduous. Ilara's potion needed to be applied to specific runes, while Finian conjured a rare midnight bloom. Tristan performed a complex defensive charm sequence as Lysandra entered a divination trance, reciting temporal coordinates. Cassandra executed a series of precise transfigurations on a silver key that shifted forms with each transformation. Throughout it all, Orion spoke continuous incantations in a language none recognized, his eyes gradually taking on an unnatural amber glow. When the final seal yielded, the door didn't simply open, it dissolved, revealing not a chamber, but a swirling vortex of temporal energy, silver mist interwoven with golden threads. "Stay close," Cassandra commanded as she stepped forward. "The path will stabilize if we move as one." Beyond the threshold lay wonders impossible to comprehend at first glance. The dungeons were not traditional underground chambers, but a vast complex of interconnected spaces where reality itself seemed malleable. In one room, they witnessed the 4 founders of Hogwarts arguing over architectural plans, oblivious to the observers from another time. In another, they saw their own future selves engaged in activities yet to occur. "These aren't memories or projections," Lysandra whispered, her divination-trained senses overwhelmed. "These are actual moments in time, somehow anchored in this space." As they ventured deeper, the temporal distortions intensified. They passed through a chamber where the Great Hall existed in multiple states simultaneously, empty and abandoned in one corner, hosting a medieval feast in another, futuristic with strange hovering lights in a third section. Students from different centuries mingled unknowingly at the boundaries of their respective time frames. In the heart of the complex, they found the chronolibrary, endless shelves of books from every era of Hogwarts, some not yet written in their time, others long lost to history. And here, amidst the accumulated knowledge of 1,000 years, they encountered him. Erebus Timeweaver appeared as a tall figure in iridescent robes that shifted between states of age and youth. His eyes held the depth of centuries, and when he spoke, his voice echoed as though reaching them from multiple moments simultaneously. "At last," he said, "students who appreciate the true nature of time." Erebus explained how, as a brilliant but impatient scholar centuries ago, he had discovered that Hogwarts sat upon a temporal nexus, a rare point where the fabric of time wore thin. His experiments to harness this power had created the time-warped dungeons, but the headmaster of his era had deemed his work too dangerous. Rather than destroy the nexus, which would have catastrophic consequences, they had sealed it and erased Erebus from historical record, trapping him in a prison outside conventional time. "I've waited for minds capable of understanding," he told them, focusing particularly on Cassandra. "But together we could perfect what I began, not merely observing time but directing it, shaping it." Over the following weeks, the group returned repeatedly to the temporal dungeons, learning from Erebus while exploring its shifting corridors. They discovered chambers where pivotal moments in wizarding history played out in endless loops: the founding of Hogwarts, crucial battles, momentous discoveries. In one particularly unsettling room, they witnessed multiple potential futures for the school, some glorious, others devastating. While the others grew increasingly uneasy with Erebus's ambitions, Cassandra became enthralled. He showed her methods to extract knowledge from books not yet written, to glimpse decisions before they were made, to step partially into different time streams. The power was intoxicating. "We stand at a crossroads of possibility," Erebus told her during a private lesson. "With your help, I can finally complete the chronoloom, a device to weave time itself." What Erebus didn't reveal, but what Orion discovered while exploring forbidden sections of the Chrono Library, was the true nature of the temporal nexus. It wasn't merely a thin point in time's fabric, it was a load-bearing pillar. Tampering with it wouldn't just allow time manipulation, it would potentially collapse all timelines into chaos. As Cassandra worked with Erebus to construct the chronoloom, her friends uncovered his actual plan, not to control time, but to escape his temporal prison by creating a catastrophic temporal event that would shatter the boundaries between time streams. The confrontation came as the chronoloom neared completion. Cassandra stood at the nexus point, surrounded by swirling temporal energy, the device humming with power beyond comprehension. "This isn't about knowledge anymore," Ilara shouted above the mounting magical storm. "He's using you to destroy the very foundation of time." Cassandra hesitated, torn between the intoxicating promise of unparalleled knowledge and the horrifying reality of what she was enabling. Through the chronoloom's activation portal, she could already see fractured realities bleeding into one another, past Hogwarts merging with present, possible futures collapsing into impossibilities. "Time is a prison only for those who lack vision," Erebus declared, his form now fluctuating wildly between youth, maturity, and ancientness. "But break the chains, Cassandra." In that moment of decision, Cassandra glimpsed through the portal a consequence of her choice. Her friends erased from existence, the castle reduced to temporal chaos, generations of students never fulfilling their destinies. Knowledge meant nothing without a world to apply it to. With a cry of anguish and resolve, Cassandra reversed the chronoloom's energy flow, turning its power not outward, but inward. The device imploded, creating a controlled temporal sink that began pulling the scattered time streams back toward their proper courses. Erebus howled in rage as his form destabilized. Centuries of waiting, wasted. You could have been magnificent. Some knowledge isn't meant to be controlled, Cassandra replied as the Nexus chamber began to seal itself, the 7 doors reappearing and locking one by one. Some power isn't meant to be wielded. The group barely escaped before the final door sealed, likely for centuries to come. The journey back through the shifting corridors was harrowing, time streams realigning, historic moments returning to their proper sequence, the very foundations of Hogwarts trembling as reality reasserted itself. When they emerged into the familiar stone corridors of present-day Hogwarts, they found that only minutes had passed in the outside world. The castle settled into quietude once more, its ancient stones keeping their secrets. Cassandra Dawnlight's obsession with uncovering hidden knowledge remained, but now tempered with wisdom dearly bought. The dungeons beyond time had taught her that some mysteries serve a purpose in remaining unsolved, some doors in remaining closed. Real understanding wasn't about possessing all knowledge, but recognizing which questions should never be answered. In the astronomy tower that night, she watched the stars with newfound perspective, understanding that their light, like time itself, was most beautiful when observed in its natural course, undisturbed by those who would bend it to their will. Story 3. 1,000 candles floated beneath the enchanted ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall, their golden light mingling with the silvery glow of a full moon and a tapestry of stars. Banners bearing ancient crests and forgotten symbols hung from rafters that had weathered a millennium of magical education. Tonight, as the clock approached midnight on the 1000th anniversary of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the very stones of the castle seemed to pulse with anticipation. Orion Stormheart stood at the periphery of the celebration, his tall, lanky frame half hidden behind a column of carved obsidian. At 17, he embodied contradiction, a 7th-year wizard with the magical consistency of a first-year muggle-born. One day, his spells would sparkle with brilliance. The next, he could barely illuminate the tip of his wand. The Sorting Hat had hesitated nearly 7 minutes before reluctantly placing him in Ravenclaw, muttering about potential unrealized and magic that flows in unexpected channels. Not exactly throwing yourself into the festivities, are you, Stormheart? Professor Flitwick chirped as he passed, levitating a tray of crystallized pineapple above the heads of dancing students. Orion forced a smile. I'm just taking it all in, Professor. In truth, he was avoiding the inevitable humiliation. The evening's culmination would feature selected students performing complex spellwork in tribute to the founders. His housemates had pointedly not suggested his participation. As the clock's ornate hands approached midnight, Headmistress Aurora Celestian, a statuesque witch with silver-streaked indigo hair, raised her wand for silence. The music faded, conversations hushed, and all eyes turned toward the raised dais where she stood beside an ornate silver pedestal. 1,000 years ago, Celestian began, her voice carrying to every corner without magical amplification. 4 extraordinary witches and wizards joined their considerable talents to create this sanctuary of learning. Tonight, we honor not only their vision, but all who have contributed to Hogwarts' legacy of magical excellence. She touched her wand to the pedestal, which shimmered and transformed into a fountain of liquid silver light. And may the magic of Hogwarts recognize its own and honor those who will carry its legacy forward. The fountain erupted skyward, striking the enchanted ceiling and showering the hall with droplets of luminescence that evaporated before touching anyone below. Then, as the last chime of midnight faded, a strange vibration rippled through the castle. Glasses trembled on tables, portraits murmured in alarm. The enchanted ceiling darkened momentarily, stars blinking out before flaring back with unusual brightness. And in the center of the great hall, hovering 6 feet above the floor in a perfect circle, appeared 12 wands. They were unlike any wands Orion had ever seen, longer than modern creations, crafted from materials that seemed to shift under observation. One appeared to be carved from fossilized lightning, another from the heartwood of a tree that no longer existed. Together, they rotated slowly, emitting a soft harmonic tone just at the threshold of hearing. "This is unexpected," Headmistress Celestian whispered, her composed facade momentarily slipping. Professor Helena Moonshadow, the eccentric divination instructor who wore star charts as shawls and spoke in riddles more often than straight answers, stepped forward with uncharacteristic urgency. "Headmistress, these are the duodecim virgae, the 12 wands of the ancient council. They shouldn't be here, they shouldn't be anywhere." Before Celestian could respond, the wands suddenly dispersed, streaking towards specific individuals throughout the hall. Students gasped and ducked as the ancient artifacts zipped past, each unerringly finding its chosen recipient. Orion watched in astonishment as 11 wands selected students, some he recognized as exceptionally talented, others surprising choices. Then, just as the spectacle seemed concluded, a shadow fell across his vision. Hovering before him was the 12th wand, a strange, twisted length of wood so dark it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Unlike the others, which glowed with various luminescent hues, this wand remained matte black, save for occasional ripples of silver that moved beneath its surface like fish in midnight waters. "That can't be right," someone muttered nearby. "Stormheart can barely cast a consistent lumos." The wand pulsed once, as if in disagreement, then gently descended into Orion's reluctantly outstretched hand. The moment his fingers closed around it, the great hall disappeared from his perception. For a breathless instant, he stood in a vast, star-filled void where silver threads stretched in every direction, some taut and vibrating with power, others slack or tangled. Then reality snapped back, leaving him disoriented and clutching the strange wand which now felt warm against his palm. "Interesting," Professor Moonshadow murmured, suddenly at his side. "Most interesting indeed." Over the next week, Hogwarts buzzed with speculation about the 12 wands and their chosen bearers. Scholars and ministry officials descended upon the castle, examining historical records and interrogating portraits of long-dead headmasters. The wands, however, defied all attempts at confiscation or even proper examination, returning to their chosen wielders no matter what enchantments were used to contain them. More disturbing were the changes in the wand-bearers themselves. Marcus Ravenscar, a previously mild-mannered Hufflepuff, now commanded fire with frightening intensity, his eyes occasionally flickering with orange flame. Celine Nightshade of Slytherin could suddenly communicate with serpents far beyond ordinary Parseltongue abilities, compelled to whisper secrets into their scaled ears. Each of the 11 manifested new, often unsettling powers, along with subtle alterations in personality and appearance. All except Orion. His strange black wand performed no better for him than his original had. If anything, it seemed particularly resistant to standard spell work. Yet he found himself unwilling to relinquish it, carrying it everywhere despite its apparent uselessness. At night, he dreamed of those silver threads he'd glimpsed, and sometimes woke to find his fingers tracing patterns in the air that vanished as consciousness fully returned. After his third public failure with the wand, an attempted transfiguration that left his teacup not only untransformed, but somehow less present in reality, whispers began circulating that he had somehow intercepted a wand meant for someone else. "Ignore them," Professor Moonshadow advised, intercepting him as he fled the Transfiguration classroom. "Come to my tower at sunset. There are things you need to know." The divination tower at sunset transformed from merely eccentric to truly magical. Light streamed through stained glass windows depicting celestial phenomena, casting rainbow patterns across shelves of obscure instruments and ancient texts. Moonshadow sat cross-legged on a circular carpet woven with astronomical symbols, the black wand placed on a velvet cushion before her. "Do you know," she began without preamble, "why this wand chose you when your magical performance has always been inconsistent?" Orion shook his head, trying not to show how deeply the question stung. "Because," she continued, eyes reflecting the sunset's fire, "you're not inconsistent at all. You're simply attempting to use the wrong channels." She gestured to the wand. This belonged to Etherian Void, the Weaver, one of 12 mages who constituted the High Council of Arcanum, an order that predates Hogwarts by centuries. They didn't channel magic through incantations or movements as we do today. They perceived magic directly as a fabric of interconnected threads, manipulating the weave itself. She paused, studying him intensely. "Your difficulty with conventional magic stems from an underlying ability to sense this deeper structure. Your magic doesn't flow where expected because you instinctively reach for threads modern wizards cannot see." "That's hard to believe," Orion said, though something resonated with her words. "Try this," Moonshadow suggested. "Close your eyes, don't try to cast any spell. Simply hold the wand and ask to see." Skeptical but desperate, Orion complied. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, just as he was about to give up, the darkness behind his eyelids shifted. Silver threads appeared, first faintly, then with increasing clarity. A complex, three-dimensional tapestry of light. Some threads pulsed with energy, others lay dormant. Many connected to the 11 other wands, forming a 12-pointed star pattern with something dark and hungry at its center. His eyes flew open. "There's something wrong with the other wands," he gasped. "They're connected to something else." Moonshadow nodded grimly. The council didn't simply disappear from history. They were imprisoned, their souls bound to their wands, their names struck from record. Now they're attempting to return through their new bearers. The pattern became clear with alarming speed after that night. Each of the 11 students grew more powerful and less themselves with each passing day. In secret study sessions with Moonshadow, Orion learned to perceive and tentatively manipulate the magical threads connecting the wands to their wielders. He discovered his own wand was different. Etherian Void had not sought possession but partnership, his soul fragmented but not corrupt like his colleagues. "They betrayed him," Orion explained to Moonshadow after a particularly vivid connection with the wand. "The council sought immortality through possession of future generations. Etherian refused, so they trapped his soul differently, bound to observe but never interfere. The full moon of October brought matters to a crisis point. The 11 affected students disappeared from their dormitories at midnight, gathering in the original chamber beneath the school, where the founders had first combined their magic to raise the castle. By the time Orion and Moonshadow traced them through the threads of magic, a ritual was already underway. The chamber was vast and circular, with 12 ancient pillars inscribed with runes that predated modern magical understanding. The students stood at 11 of these pillars, their wands driving into the stone like roots seeking purchase. At the center, a swirling vortex of darkness grew, punctuated by flashes of sickly green light. "They're tearing open the binding," Moonshadow whispered in horror. "If the council manifests physically in our world." "I know what to do," Orion interrupted, surprising himself with his certainty. He stepped into the chamber, his black wand extended not as a tool, but as a conduit. For the first time, he embraced rather than fought the strange perception that had always haunted him. The silver threads became visible not just to his inner eye, but physically manifest in the chamber, a complex web with the 11 students as nexus points, being steadily corrupted by tendrils of darkness from beyond. Drawing on Ethereum's fragmented knowledge flowing through their shared connection, Orion began to weave. His fingers plucked and redirected threads of magic with increasing confidence. Where the council sought to unravel the barriers between worlds, he reinforced them. Where they pulled power from the castle, he redirected it into shielding the students from possession. The 11 fought back, hurling spells of ancient, terrible power. But conventional magic moved along the very threads Orion now controlled. He didn't block their attacks. He simply redirected the flows, leaving his opponents striking at empty air while he continued his methodical reweaving. You cannot stop what was set in motion 1,000 years ago, Marcus Ravenscar snarled in a voice not his own. We are the true masters of magic, not these diluted bloodlines and formalized incantations. We are magic incarnate. No, Orion replied calmly, completing a complex pattern that caused several threads to suddenly illuminate with blinding white light. You're just ghosts who couldn't accept your time had passed. With a final, decisive gesture, he pulled together the disparate threads he'd been manipulating into a tight knot. The chamber filled with a sound like a massive bell being struck. The 11 students collapsed as if their strings had been cut, their wands shattering into dust that sparkled briefly before fading. Only Orion's wand remained whole, though now it glowed with a soft silver light identical to the threads he had manipulated. Thank you for the final lesson, Weaver, a voice whispered from the wand before it too dissolved, not into dust, but into threads of silver light that briefly traced the outline of a robed figure, offering a deep bow before dispersing into the air. In the aftermath, as the affected students recovered with no memory of their possession, Hogwarts returned to its millennial celebrations, though with more scholarly interest in its pre-founding history. The incident was recorded in a new chapter of Hogwarts, a history, with one significant footnote: the establishment of a new position at the school. Professor Orion Stormheart, the first master of theoretical magical structures, taught no spells or potions. Instead, he helped students understand the underlying patterns that connected all magical disciplines. His classroom featured no desks or cauldrons, only comfortable cushions where young witches and wizards learned to close their eyes and see, for the first time, the beautiful, complex tapestry that had always surrounded them, the magic they had always used but never truly seen. Story 4. The crimson moon hung suspended above Hogwarts Castle like a drop of blood on the verge of falling. Its ruddy light bathed the ancient stones in an ominous glow, turning familiar towers into looming sentinels against the night. In the astronomy tower, Professor Sinistra had dismissed her class early, her usually steady hands trembling as she packed away her star charts. 7 centuries, she whispered to herself. 7 centuries since the last blood moon. In the Gryffindor dormitory, 16-year-old Aldrich Ravensong woke with a gasp, his sheets drenched not with sweat, but with what appeared to be morning dew, though it glimmered with an unnatural silver light. The strange moisture had formed perfect circular patterns around his wrists and across his chest, directly above his heart. More disturbing still was the sensation that had pulled him from sleep, a rhythmic tugging beneath his skin, as though invisible threads were attempting to pull him in 4 different directions simultaneously. Aldrich was accustomed to feeling pulled apart. His very existence at Hogwarts was an anomaly, the son of two ancient magical lines that had opposed each other since the school's founding. His father, Adrian Ravensong, descended from Rowena Ravenclaw's youngest daughter. His mother, Lyanna Ashcroft, carried the blood of Godric Gryffindor's favored apprentice. Their marriage had caused such scandal that even now, 16 years later, students from both houses regarded Aldrich with suspicion. A loyalty divided could not be trusted at all. The Sorting Hat had only compounded the problem. After 5 excruciating minutes of deliberation, it had announced both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor in equal measure, and split its seam not in song but in confusion. Headmistress McGonagall, in unprecedented fashion, had allowed Aldrich to divide his time between both houses, sleeping alternate weeks in each dormitory, taking meals at either table. He existed in the uncomfortable space between belonging nowhere completely. But tonight, as the blood moon cast its crimson spell over Hogwarts, Aldrich's unique heritage suddenly held new significance. He crept to the window, drawn by an inexplicable compulsion. The castle grounds spread before him, transformed by the strange light. The usual protective shimmer surrounding the perimeter, visible only to those who knew to look for it, flickered like a failing Muggle light bulb. Near the edge of the forbidden forest, a section of ancient stone wall simply vanished, crumbling to dust that glowed briefly before being carried away on the night breeze. "The protections are failing," came a voice from behind him. Aldrich spun to find the translucent form of the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, hovering near his bed, an unprecedented occurrence, as she rarely spoke to students, let alone entered their dormitories. "Why?" Aldrich asked, instinctively keeping his voice low, though his roommate slept unnaturally deeply, unaffected by the strange events. "Because the moon remembers what the founders wished everyone to forget," she replied cryptically. Her silvery form drifted closer, her eyes fixing on the glimmering patterns across his skin. "The divided blood awakens. You must go to the headmistress's office immediately. The portraits will guide you." Before Aldrich could question her further, she dissolved into mist and disappeared through the wall. The journey through the nighttime castle proved unsettling. Torches that normally burned steadily now flickered with flames that occasionally shifted to deep blue or emerald green. Staircases moved with agitated purpose rather than their usual whimsical patterns. Most disturbing were the portraits, typically slumbering at this hour. They were instead wide awake, whispering urgently among themselves, falling silent whenever Aldrich approached. The stone gargoyle guarding the headmistress's office admitted him without a password, springing aside with such haste that its wings scraped the adjacent wall. Within, Aldrich found not only McGonagall, but an assemblage of the castle's oldest ghosts and most ancient portraits, all engaged in hushed, rapid consultation. "Mr. Ravensong," McGonagall acknowledged, her typically severe expression replaced by something closer to concern. "I see the signs have manifested." She gestured to the silvery patterns on his skin, which had grown more elaborate in the past hour, forming what appeared to be fragments of a complex runic language. "What's happening to me?" Aldrich asked, fighting to keep his voice steady. "Be something we had hoped would never occur again." McGonagall turned to the largest portrait behind her desk, not of a former headmaster, but of a scene depicting the 4 founders of Hogwarts standing before an unfinished castle, their wands raised in unison. "The pact is unraveling." As if on cue, the painted figures stirred, breaking their eternal pose to look directly at Aldrich. When Rowena Ravenclaw spoke, her voice echoed with uncanny resonance for a mere portrait. "Blood of 2 houses, divided yet one," she intoned. "The moon of revelation has come again." Godric Gryffindor continued, What was sealed by our will shall test its bonds. What sleeps beneath must not awaken, added Helga Hufflepuff, her typically kind features solemn. The keystones must be gathered ere the moon completes its cycle, finished Salazar Slytherin, or all we built shall return to dust. With these proclamations delivered, the figures resumed their original positions, once more inanimate paint on canvas. McGonagall sighed heavily. A condensed version of what I've been trying to piece together from the castle's oldest records. It seems Hogwarts was built not only as a school, but as a seal, a magical containment of something the founders discovered when they first came to this valley. Contained what? Aldrich asked. That information has been deliberately obscured, replied the pearly form of the fat friar, hovering nearby. Even we who have haunted these halls for centuries were made to forget, though the blood moon awakens fragments of memory. What's clear, McGonagall continued, is that the founders created 4 keystones, magical artifacts infused with their combined powers, and hid them in secret chambers within each house's domain. These keystones maintain the magical containment, drawing power from the castle itself. But they require renewal when the blood moon rises, which happens every 7 centuries. And that renewal requires someone with the blood of multiple founders, Aldrich concluded, understanding dawning. Someone like me. McGonagall nodded grimly. You must locate the keystones and renew the binding before the blood moon sets 3 nights hence. Otherwise, the protections fail completely. Dawn broke with ominous stillness over Hogwarts. No birds sang. The giant squid remained hidden in the lake's depths. Even the whomping willow stood motionless, its branches rigid as though in fear. News spread quickly of the strange occurrences, moving staircases that refused to move, ghosts who could suddenly touch solid objects, portraits whose backgrounds had begun to fade into blank canvas. Classes were cancelled as professors hurried to reinforce failing wards and calm increasingly anxious students. In the Great Hall, Aldrich sat alone at the junction where Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables met, picking at breakfast he couldn't taste. The silvery runes on his skin had faded to nearly invisible in daylight, but the pulling sensation beneath his skin had intensified, becoming a persistent discomfort. They're calling to you, aren't they? The keystones. A girl slid onto the bench across from him, Lyra Silverclaw, a transfer student who had arrived at Hogwarts just 3 months ago. With her silver-streaked black hair and unusual amber eyes, she had attracted attention initially, but her quiet demeanor had soon rendered her nearly invisible in the daily life of the school. Aldrich had exchanged perhaps a dozen words with her since her arrival. How do you know about that? He demanded, instinctively glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. Because I feel them too, she replied, pushing up her sleeve to reveal faint silvery markings similar to his own, though forming different patterns. Though not as strongly as you do, having only 1 founder's blood rather than 2. You're descended from a founder. Aldrich frowned. Which one? Lyra's smile held no humor. The one they erased from history, Morgana Silverclaw, the 5th founder of Hogwarts. What followed was a desperate race against time. With Lyra's guidance, Aldrich followed the pull of his blood to locate the hidden chambers containing each keystone. The first, in Ravenclaw Tower, lay behind a bookshelf that had never revealed its secrets to anyone lacking the dual heritage of ravens and lions. The keystone, a sapphire crystal carved into the form of an eagle, nestled within a puzzle box that rearranged its pieces constantly, requiring both knowledge and courage to hold steady long enough to open. The Gryffindor keystone proved more straightforward, yet more dangerous. A ruby-encrusted sword hilt embedded in the heart of an ever-burning magical flame at the base of the tallest tower. Only by walking directly into the fire, trusting his heritage to protect him, could Aldrich retrieve it. With each keystone recovered, the strange markings on Aldrich's skin grew more defined, the sensation of being pulled diminishing as he carried the physical manifestations of what called to his blood. Yet the castle's deterioration accelerated. Entire corridors vanished, temporarily reappearing in different locations. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall showed not the outside sky, but glimpses of strange alien landscapes. Purple forests, crystalline mountains, skies filled with floating islands. The Hufflepuff keystone, an amber golden cup, buried beneath the roots of a sentient plant in the deepest greenhouse, responded not to Aldrich, but to Lyra, whose touch calmed the thrashing vines that had repelled his every attempt. The fifth founder specialized in botanical and bestial magic, she explained as they hurried toward the dungeons for the final keystone, the amber cup secured in a pouch at her waist. Helga Hufflepuff learned much of her craft from Morgana before the schism. "What schism?" Aldrich asked, stepping over a crack in the stone floor that occasionally widened to reveal swirling darkness beneath. "But the reason they struck her from history," Lyra replied grimly. "Morgana discovered what the others sought to contain and believed it should be studied, not imprisoned. When they refused, she attempted to free it herself, believing its power could elevate wizardkind beyond anything they'd achieved. The other force stopped her, bound her magic, and rewrote the narrative of Hogwarts' founding. They reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room, which stood ajar, its magical protection failing like everything else in the castle. Inside, emerald light pulsed from a previously hidden doorway revealed in the common room's stone floor. "The final keystone will be the most heavily protected," Lyra warned. And Slytherin didn't trust even his closest associates. She was right. The chamber beneath the Slytherin common room descended in a dizzying spiral. The walls adorned with serpentine carvings that occasionally slithered into new positions, hissing warnings. At the bottom, they faced a pool of what appeared to be liquid silver, at the center of which floated an emerald amulet suspended within a small whirlpool. "We need both blood," Aldrich realized, understanding the magic at work. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor to reach it, but Slytherin blood to safely touch it. Lyra nodded. "And I carry enough of Slytherin's blood through Morgana to serve. She was his half-sister, after all." Together, they waded into the silver pool, which parted before their combined bloodlines. Lyra carefully lifted the emerald keystone, completing their collection. The renewal ritual took place at midnight as the blood moon reached its zenith. In the heart of the castle, where the founders had first woven their magic into the very stones, Aldrich placed the 4 keystones in a perfect square. Following instructions McGonagall had translated from the oldest texts in the library, he stood in the center, the magical pull beneath his skin, now a thundering rhythm that matched the pulsing light of the keystones. What happened next? Aldrich would never fully remember. His blood seemed to flow not through veins, but through the air itself, connecting to each keystone in streams of golden light. Ancient words formed on his lips without conscious thought, a language older than Hogwarts itself. The keystones rose, spinning around him in an accelerating circle, their light blending into a continuous ring of white radiance. In that moment of transcendence, Aldrich glimpsed what lay beneath Hogwarts, not a creature or entity as he had imagined, but a nexus of raw, primordial magic, a wellspring of power that predated human understanding. He saw through time, witnessing the founders discovering this nexus, their awe quickly turning to fear as they recognized power too great for any single witch or wizard to wield responsibly. He saw Morgana Silverclaw's belief that such power should be accessible, harnessed rather than imprisoned, and the terrible conflict that followed. He understood, in that instant of clarity, that neither approach had been wholly right nor wholly wrong. The containment had been necessary in an age where magic was still wild and practitioners untrained in restraint. But perhaps, after 7 centuries of magical advancement, the time for absolute containment had passed. As this realization crystallized, Aldrich felt another presence join the ritual. Lyra, stepping into the circle uninvited, her hand slipping into his. The 5th bloodline, completing a pattern that had been incomplete for centuries. "Oh, no, not to imprison," she whispered, "not to release, but to balance." The keystones responded, their orbit adjusting to a new configuration. The magical barrier didn't simply renew, it transformed, becoming not a prison, but a regulated channel, allowing the Nexus's power to flow into Hogwarts in controlled measures, restoring and strengthening the castle while remaining contained. When dawn broke, the blood moon had passed. Hogwarts stood whole again, yet subtly changed. Corridors that had never existed now connected previously distant sections of the castle. The great hall's enchanted ceiling showed not just the sky, but occasional glimpses of distant magical realms. Portraits reported clearer memories, and ghosts demonstrated new abilities to briefly solidify at will. In the revised edition of Hogwarts, a history that appeared mysteriously in the library that morning, a new chapter detailed the contributions of 5 founders, not 4, and in the Great Hall, a 5th table appeared, smaller than the others, but with banners of silver and green gold, bearing the emblem of a winged serpent wrapped around a flowering branch. The symbol of Morgana Silverclaw, the founder who had seen a different path. Eldrick Ravensong, heir to divided blood that had become the key to a new unity, found he no longer needed to choose between houses. The castle itself had created a new space for those like him. Students who bridged the artificial divisions of magic, who could see beyond the safety of containment to the possibilities of respectful communion with the deeper magics that had always flowed beneath the surface of the wizarding world. Story 5. The emerald light pierced the perpetual mist of the forbidden forest like a beacon, pulsing with ancient rhythm against the obsidian canvas of the midnight sky. Where no tower had stood for centuries, or so the official histories of Hogwarts claimed, a structure now thrust skyward, its weathered stones gleaming with an otherworldly luminescence that seemed to call to something deep within the blood of those who beheld it. Ilara Blackwood stood at her dormitory window in Ravenclaw Tower, her slender fingers pressed against the frost-etched glass, breath caught in her throat. 3 nights now, the same vision had pulled her from restless sleep. A tower of spiraling stone, emerald light flowing like water from its apex, and whispering voices that spoke her name with both reverence and dread. But tonight was different. Tonight, the tower was no longer a dream. "But you see it too, don't you?" came a whisper from behind her. Ilara turned to find her roommate, Lydia Wintermere, awake and trembling. Beyond her, the other 3 girls slumbered unnaturally deep, their breathing too slow, their stillness too complete. "The tower?" Ilara asked, though she knew the answer. "Yes. They say Verity Clearwater disappeared there last night," Lydia confided, drawing her dressing gown tighter around her shoulders. "And Edmund Hawthorne the night before. The professors deny it, but the portraits are whispering." Ilara's heart quickened. 2 disappearances, both students who, like herself, had demonstrated unusual affinity for elemental magic. Her own talent for coaxing fire into intricate shapes had earned her both admiration and suspicious glances. In a school where magical bloodlines were scrutinized and catalogued through generations, Ilara's heritage remained a riddle. Abandoned on the steps of Gringotts as an infant, she had no knowledge of her parentage beyond the silver amulet found around her neck, a crescent moon cradling a single emerald tear, an emerald, the exact shade of the light now calling from the forest. "I need to speak with Professor Nightshade," Ilara decided, reaching for her cloak. The dark arts teacher, Lydia's eyes widened. They say he was nearly expelled from Hogwarts as a student for forbidden research into ancient magical bloodlines. Precisely why he might know something about that tower, Elara replied, fastening her amulet around her neck, where it warmed against her skin. And why I disappeared. The corridors of Hogwarts at night had always felt welcoming to Elara, as though the castle itself approved of her midnight wanderings in pursuit of knowledge. Tonight, however, the stones radiated an unmistakable anxiety. Torches flickered erratically, portraits murmured warnings as she passed, and the very air seemed to press against her with gentle resistance. Professor Thorn Nightshade's chambers lay in the castle's east wing, far from the other faculty residences, a concession to colleagues who mistrusted the tall, austere wizard with his unorthodox theories and rumored dabbling in magic that bordered on the forbidden. Elara had always found him to be a brilliant teacher, if distant and preoccupied. She had barely raised her hand to knock when the heavy oak door swung inward. Miss Blackwood, Nightshade acknowledged, unsurprised. Silver threaded his dark hair at the temples, and a thin scar bisected his left eyebrow, disappearing into the hairline. His chambers behind him were lined with books and artifacts that would have sent the Ministry of Magic into conniptions had they conducted an inspection. I've been expecting you. The tower in the forest, Elara began without preamble. Students are disappearing. And I have been dreaming of it, he finished, gesturing her inside. Just as I feared, the orb has awakened. The orb. Nightshade moved to a weathered oak chest, producing a volume so ancient its binding had long since disintegrated, replaced by spelled ribbons of silvery light that held the pages together. The orb of the first wizards, a crystalline repository of magic from an age before wands, before incantations, when magic flowed directly through bloodlines connected to elemental forces. He opened to a page depicting a perfect sphere of swirling emerald energy, cradled in the hands of a robed figure whose face was obscured by shadow. The tower you see was built to house the orb, to both protect and contain its power. It was erected by the Guardians of Primal Magic, an order that predated the founders of Hogwarts by centuries. His finger traced faded script beneath the illustration. According to this account, the last Guardian became corrupted by the orb's power, attempting to use it to reshape reality itself. The founders sealed the tower and the Guardian within, removing it from time and space. Then why has it returned now? Elara asked, her amulet growing uncomfortably warm. Nightshade's eyes fixed on the emerald tear hanging at her throat. Because blood calls to blood, Miss Blackwood. The tower has always been there, merely veiled from perception. Now it calls to those who share the bloodline of its original guardians, elemental wielders, like yourself, like the missing students. Elara's hand instinctively covered her amulet. You're saying I'm descended from these guardians? I've suspected since your first demonstration of elemental affinity in my class. Nightshade moved to a cabinet, retrieving a worn leather satchel. The tower is recruiting, Miss Blackwood. Drawing those with guardian blood to fuel the orb, to strengthen the corrupted guardian enough to break the founders, seal completely. Then we must inform the headmistress, organize a... The faculty would never reach the tower, Nightshade interrupted. Only those of guardian blood can perceive its true entrance. Only they can ascend its stairs. His expression hardened with resolve. And only I possess the knowledge to navigate its defenses, having spent decades studying what few records of the Guardians survived. Elara understood the implication. You want us to enter the tower ourselves? I see no alternative if we wish to rescue your fellow students and prevent whatever cataclysm the awakened Guardian intends. He offered the satchel. I've prepared for this possibility since your arrival at Hogwarts 6 years ago, Miss Blackwood. The question is whether you're prepared to confront a heritage you never knew existed. Ilara's fingers closed around her amulet, which pulsed with warmth in time with the distant tower's emerald beacon. 2 students, perhaps more by now, were trapped inside that impossible structure. And if Nightshade was correct, she wasn't merely capable of entering the tower. She was expected. The forbidden forest pressed close around them, ancient trees looming like silent sentinels. What appeared from the castle as a direct path to the tower became a labyrinth of shifting shadows and disorienting paths, as though the forest itself sought to protect the world from what lay at its heart. Nightshade moved with surprising confidence, consulting occasionally a small silver compass whose needle pointed not north but toward the pulsing emerald light that grew stronger with each step. Ilara followed, her wand illuminating twisted roots and gnarled undergrowth that seemed to reach for their ankles. The forest is the tower's first defense, Nightshade explained, his breath forming clouds in the unnaturally cold air. It confuses and misdirects, allowing only those it recognizes to approach. Recognizes how? Ilara asked, wincing as her amulet grew painfully hot. By blood, by magical signature, by... Nightshade halted abruptly as they emerged into a clearing dominated by the base of the tower, which stretched upward farther than seemed physically possible. Intent. Up close, the tower's stones were not grey as they had appeared from a distance, but a deep, nearly translucent black, threaded with veins of emerald light that pulsed like a heartbeat. No visible door marked its smooth circumference, only unbroken stone etched with spiraling runes that shifted position when viewed too directly. Nightshade circled the tower's base, his fingers tracing the air inches from its surface, whispering incantations in a language Ilara didn't recognize. Finally, he stopped, beckoning her forward. "Your amulet," he instructed. "Press it to the stone." Ilara hesitated only briefly before removing the silver crescent and touching the emerald tear to the tower's surface. The effect was immediate. Ripples of green light spreading outward from the point of contact, the stone beneath seeming to liquefy into an archway that solidified into an ornate entrance adorned with carvings of flames, waves, gusting winds, and blossoming vines. "The elements acknowledge the blood," Nightshade murmured, half to himself. "We may enter." The tower's interior contradicted its external appearance, expanding into a vast circular chamber with a spiraling staircase hugging the wall as it wound upward into darkness. The air hummed with palpable magic, thick enough that Ilara felt she could reach out and grasp it. 4 alcoves were set into the ground floor walls, each containing a pool of elemental essence, one of dancing flame, one of swirling water, one of perpetually gusting air, and one of rich earth sprouting impossible vegetation. "The first test," Nightshade explained, removing ancient scrolls from his satchel. Each guardian candidate would demonstrate mastery of their primary elemental affinity. Ilara approached the fire alcove, drawn by instinctive recognition. The flames parted at her approach, forming a corridor that beckoned her forward. As she stepped into the heart of the fire, she felt not heat, but a profound connection. The flames responding to her presence, wrapping around her outstretched fingers like affectionate serpents. With a thought, she shaped the fire into a soaring phoenix that circled the chamber before dissolving into sparks that rained upward, illuminating the staircase. The first step gleamed with an internal light, inviting ascent. "Impressive," Nightshade acknowledged. "But this is merely the beginning." Each floor of the tower presented a new challenge, riddles etched in flame, creatures of living stone that demanded passwords in long-forgotten tongues, bridges of pure magical energy that formed only when the correct sequence of elements was invoked. Nightshade's knowledge proved invaluable, translating inscriptions and explaining ritual requirements, though several times they progressed only through Ilara's instinctive understanding of the tower's magic. On the 7th floor, they found the first missing student, Verity Clearwater, suspended in a column of water, unconscious but alive, emerald energy drawing steadily from her floating form into the ceiling above. Ilara's attempt to approach was blocked by an invisible barrier. The tower feeds on their elemental affinity, Nightshade said grimly. We must reach the orb at the apex to free them. As they climbed higher, more students appeared, each suspended in their respective elemental affinity, each contributing power to the growing emerald glow that suffused the tower. With each floor, the inscriptions on the walls spoke more directly to Ilara, addressing her by titles she'd never heard, referring to legacies and birthrights that stirred fragmented memories she couldn't possibly possess. Last daughter of the line, heir to the first flame, guardian ascendant, guardian. The final chamber occupied the tower's apex, a perfect circular room whose walls were transparent, revealing the forest and castle below. Though Ilara knew they had climbed far higher than the tower had appeared from outside. At the center, hovering above a pedestal of obsidian, rotated the orb, a sphere of swirling emerald energy, exactly as depicted in Nightshade's ancient text. Behind it stood a figure that defied complete perception, shifting between forms, sometimes appearing as an elderly wizard in elaborate robes, sometimes as a creature of pure elemental energy, sometimes as nothing more than a dark silhouette against the orb's brilliance. The corrupted guardian, Nightshade whispered. Valerian Blackwood. Ilara's breath caught. "Oh, Blackwood, your ancestor," the figure spoke, its voice resonating from the very stones around them. The last true guardian of the orb who saw the weakness in the founder's vision. Magic contained, regulated, diminished, taught through wands and words rather than blood and spirit. The figure solidified momentarily into the form of a tall man, with Ilara's same silver-streaked dark hair and angular features. "And I've waited centuries for an heir strong enough to complete what I began. You've been stealing students," Ilara accused, "draining their magic, harvesting what they cannot properly use," Valerian corrected. "Their elemental affinities are mere echoes of true guardian blood. Yours, however." His gaze fixed on her amulet. "Your power could restore the orb completely, allow us to remake magic as it was meant to be." "Don't listen," Nightshade warned, drawing his wand. "The orb corrupts. Whatever noble intentions he began with have been twisted by centuries of isolation and power." Valerian's form flickered with apparent rage. "The traitor speaks," he hissed. "Thorn Nightshade, last descendant of those who sealed this tower, who hunted the guardian bloodlines to near extinction." Ilara turned to Nightshade in shock. "Is this true?" "My ancestors helped the founders contain what they couldn't control," Nightshade admitted. "But I've spent my life studying what was lost, recognizing the balance was wrong. Guardians and wizards should have found harmony, not conflict." Valerian laughed, the sound sending cracks through the transparent walls. "Now he speaks of harmony, when his blood is too thin to master even the simplest elemental calling." He extended a hand toward Ilara. "You feel it, don't you? The power that is your birthright. The recognition in your very cells when you entered this tower. Take the orb, complete your ancestors' work, restore magic to its true form." The orb pulsed, sending waves of emerald light washing over Ilara. In its depths, she saw tantalizing visions, magic without limitation, elemental forces responding to thought alone, a world transformed by power, flowing freely through those with the blood to channel it. Her amulet burned against her skin, no longer painful but exhilarating. One step toward the orb, then another. "Elara," Nightshade called, his voice seeming distant through the orb's hypnotic hum. The tower shows truth, but not completeness. Or what became of the other guardians under Valerian's guidance? She hesitated, the question forming unbidden. What happened to your fellow guardians? Valerian's form wavered. They lacked vision, commitment. He consumed them, Nightshade pressed, just as he's consuming these students. Blood of his blood, finest of his line. You're not his heir, Elara. You're his final sacrifice. The orb's light flickered, momentarily revealing the truth beneath illusion. The pedestal below was no mere stone, but a grotesque sculpture formed from desiccated forms, twisted together, faces frozen in eternal anguish. The tower walls were not stone, but crystallized elemental essence, thousands of souls trapped in suspended animation. Power requires sacrifice, Valerian snarled, his form losing coherence, revealing the hollow corruption beneath. Your mother understood this before she fled with you and that fragment of the orb around your neck. Ilara's hand closed around her amulet, not a mere jewel, but a shard of the orb itself, hidden in plain sight. Her mother, a guardian who had rejected Valerian's path, who had hidden her daughter among ordinary wizards rather than surrender her to her grandfather's twisted vision. In that moment of clarity, Ilara understood both her heritage and her purpose. Not to reject her guardian blood, nor to embrace Valerian's corrupted version, but to reclaim and redefine it. You're right about one thing, she told Valerian, stepping forward with newfound resolve. I am guardian blood, but not your heir, your redemption. Before either Valerian or Nightshade could react, Ilara lunged forward, pressing her amulet directly into the heart of the orb. Emerald fire exploded outward as the fragment rejoined its source, completing a circuit broken centuries ago. Power beyond imagination flowed through Ilara, not consuming but transforming, ancient knowledge flooding her consciousness, the true history of the Guardians, their harmonious coexistence with early wizards, the gradual corruption that had led to Valerian's fall. The tower trembled as the orb's energy surged, reshaping itself according to Ilara's instinctive understanding of what should be, rather than what was. The corrupted guardian howled as his form dissolved, not destroyed but purified, returning to the universal elemental essence from which all magic arose. When the emerald light finally subsided, the tower remained, no longer a prison or corrupted beacon, but a bridge between old magic and new. The missing students floated gently to the ground, awakening confused but unharmed. The orb, now balanced between control and freedom, hovered before Ilara, acknowledging her as guardian ascendant, not ruler, but caretaker. Professor Nightshade approached cautiously, wonder etched across his features. What happens now? He asked. Ilara smiled, the emerald light now flowing through her veins, illuminating her skin from within like the finest tracery of magical circuits. Now we remember what was forgotten. We heal what was broken. She extended her hand, within which danced a perfect flame that harmed neither flesh nor cloth. And we teach both ways of magic, as was always intended. The forgotten tower, forgotten no more, stood as testament to a new beginning. Ilara Blackwood, once orphaned and unknowing, now the bridge between magical worlds too long separated, guardian of both ancient power and future possibility. Story 6. The ancient stone walls of Hogwarts had witnessed countless wonders throughout the centuries, but never had they contained so many different versions of themselves at once. Time itself had shattered like a fallen mirror, each fragment reflecting a different era of the legendary school of witchcraft and wizardry. It began, as many catastrophes do, with a moment of carelessness. In the dimly lit dungeons where Professor Calidus conducted his advanced potions class, 13-year-old Alaric Peveril watched with unusual intensity as the professor unveiled a peculiar artifact, an ornate hourglass encased in twisted gold, its sand glimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. The Chronos Clepsydra, Professor Calidus announced with reverence, is among the rarest magical objects ever crafted. It does not merely measure time, it remembers it. Alaric's eyes narrowed. He had dreamed of this moment long before he knew it would come. Beside him, Eleanor Scamander, a fourth year with piercing violet eyes and an intellect that intimidated even the professors, leaned forward, her quills scratching furiously across parchment. "The professor," she called out, her voice carrying that familiar blend of curiosity and challenge. "Isn't that hourglass listed in Moster Potente Temporale artifacts as inherently unstable?" Before Calidus could respond, the classroom door burst open. A figure cloaked in ministry robes, face obscured by a hood, stormed in with wand drawn. "Stand away from the Clepsydra!" the intruder commanded. What followed was chaos distilled. Spells ricocheted across the dungeon. Students scrambled under desks. Alaric lunged forward, his hand reaching for the hourglass even as Professor Calidus attempted to shield it with a protective charm. The mysterious assailant's curse collided with the professor's shield precisely as Alaric's fingers brushed the ancient glass. The world exploded into golden light. When the blinding flash subsided, the classroom appeared unchanged, except for the conspicuous absence of their intruder, several students, and Professor Calidus himself. Where the Chronos Clepsydra had stood, only crystalline shards remained, pulsing with magical energy. "Something's wrong," Eleanor whispered, rushing to the classroom's narrow window. Outside, snow blanketed the grounds. Impossible, given it had been early autumn moments ago. Alaric gathered the fragments with swift, sure movements, as though he'd rehearsed this very action countless times. "The temporal barrier has fractured," he said with eerie calm. "Hogwarts has been splintered across its own timeline." Within hours, the full magnitude of the catastrophe became apparent. The Great Hall existed in what appeared to be medieval times, with the founders themselves holding court at the head table. The astronomy tower overlooked a Hogwarts not yet built, merely foundations being laid by robed figures. Most disturbing was the seventh-floor corridor, which opened into a future where vines reclaimed crumbling walls and magic itself seemed to have abandoned the once vibrant castle. Headmistress McGonagall, among the few who remained in the present, gathered the stranded faculty and students in the partially intact library. "We are sealed within the castle grounds," she announced, her voice steady despite the gravity of her words. "Outside communication is impossible, and those who attempt to leave find themselves walking back in through another entrance. The Ministry cannot reach us." Whispers erupted until McGonagall raised her hand for silence. "And we must understand what has happened before we can hope to reverse it." It was then that Alaric stepped forward, his usually unremarkable presence suddenly commanding. The shards of the shattered hourglass hovered above his palm, connected by threads of golden light. The Chronos Clepsydra was designed to observe timelines, not fracture them, he said, speaking with an authority that belied his years. Someone deliberately sabotaged it. Each fragment has been cast into a different point in Hogwarts history. If we can recover them all, we might be able to restore proper temporal flow. "And how exactly would you know this, Mr. Peveril?" McGonagall asked, her piercing gaze suggesting she already suspected the answer. Eleanor stepped beside Alaric. Because he's been preparing for this his entire life, haven't you? She turned to him with narrowed eyes. I've seen the books you read when you think no one's watching. The questions you ask in history of magic that reference events not yet written in our textbooks. Alaric met her gaze unflinchingly. My family has a complicated relationship with time. From within his robes, he withdrew a wand, 15 inches of elderwood, with a core that seemed to hum with barely contained power. And with death. Gasps rippled through the gathered crowd. Even McGonagall paled slightly. The Elder Wand, she breathed. How is this possible? It was buried with... The grave was never meant to be its final resting place, Alaric interrupted. Just as I was never meant to be an ordinary student. I am the last guardian of inevitability, sworn to protect the true timeline. Eleanor laughed bitterly. Well, you've done a splendid job of that, haven't you? Their uneasy alliance formed out of necessity. Eleanor's brilliance complemented Alaric's mysterious knowledge as they ventured into the first temporal pocket, the Great Hall, in the era of the Founders. They emerged from a hidden passage to find themselves amid a heated argument between Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin, their legendary conflict unfolding before stunned eyes. We cannot simply welcome those born to non-magical parents without precaution, Slytherin insisted, his voice sharp, but not yet carrying the hatred history would attribute to him. Their families fear and persecute our kind. And we shall change that through education, not exclusion, Gryffindor countered, his hand resting meaningfully on his sword's hilt. Alaric pulled Eleanor behind a tapestry. The fragment will be embedded in Ravenclaw's diadem, he whispered. She's using it even now to evaluate both perspectives. Eleanor studied him with suspicion. How could you possibly know that? Because I've seen all this before, he admitted quietly. In visions since childhood, but something's different this time. You were never in those visions, Eleanor. Your presence here is a temporal anomaly. Before she could respond, screams erupted from the hall. A creature, half serpent, half lion, had manifested in the center of the room, temporal energy crackling around its twisted form. Chronivore, Alaric breathed. And they feeding on the temporal distortion. Together, they fought alongside the Founders, Eleanor's advanced transfiguration skills momentarily turning the stone floor to quicksand beneath the beast, while Alaric wielded the Elder Wand with uncanny precision, harnessing magic few adult wizards could master. When the creature finally dissolved into golden dust, Rowena Ravenclaw approached them with knowing eyes. Time Walkers, she said softly. I have foreseen your coming. She removed her diadem, where a shard of the clepsydra had embedded itself in the central sapphire. This does not belong in my era. From the Founders, time to the Chamber of Secrets during its creation, from witnessing young Dumbledore's duel with Grindelwald on the grounds to a horrifying glimpse of Voldemort's temporary triumph during the Battle of Hogwarts, Alaric and Eleanor traversed the fractured timeline, collecting fragments and battling temporal aberrations. With each recovered piece, the castle grew more unstable. Staircases led to different centuries with each step. Classrooms aged decades in minutes. Students from various eras wandered confused through halls they both recognized and did not. In the headmaster's office, existing somehow in a pocket of stable time, they assembled the fragments, all save one. The final piece is in the future corridor, Alaric said grimly, the one where magic has died. Eleanor stared at the nearly completed hourglass. Why would someone deliberately fracture time this way? What could possibly be worth such chaos? Prevention! Came a voice from the shadows. The hooded figure from the potions classroom emerged, finally removing their cowl to reveal a woman with silver streaks in her dark hair and a time-turner insignia on her robes. the mark of an unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries. In approximately 70 years, she explained, a magical cataclysm will render all magical energy inert. The event is triggered by a convergence that begins here at Hogwarts. I sought to disrupt the timeline to prevent it. By potentially destroying reality itself, Eleanor challenged. By creating a controlled fracture that could be reset to a safer configuration, the unspeakable corrected. But something interfered with my calculations. Her eyes settled on Eleanor with dawning realization. You shouldn't exist in this timeline. Alaric stepped between them. I've seen what happens if we restore the original timeline. Eleanor vanishes. Her entire existence becomes a temporal impossibility. Eleanor's face paled. What do you mean? In the true timeline, the unspeakable explained dispassionately. Your grandmother died before your mother was born, during an expedition that never occurred in this corrupted version of events. The corridor of dying magic stretched before them like an open wound in reality. Withered vines clutched at crumbling stones, and the very air felt thin, devoid of the vibrant energy that had permeated Hogwarts for centuries. In the center of what had once been the Great Hall stood a dais upon which the final fragment hovered, surrounded by a maelstrom of temporal energy. We don't have to do this, Alaric said, turning to Eleanor. We could find another way. Her violet eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet her voice remained steady, and condemned the entire wizarding world to this future. No, Alaric. We both know what must be done. The unspeakable watched silently as they approached the dais. Eleanor reached for the fragment, then hesitated. Will I know? When I'm gone? Alaric couldn't meet her eyes. I don't know. She smiled sadly. Then remember for both of us. As her fingers closed around the crystal shard, golden light erupted once more. Time unwound, rewove, and settled into its proper flow. Professor Calidus carefully returned the Chronos Clepsydra to its protective case. As you can see, this remarkable artifact allows us glimpses of what might have been, though its powers are largely theoretical. In the back of the classroom, Alaric Peverell watched with hollow eyes, a wand of elderwood concealed within his robes, and memories of a timeline that now existed only in his mind. The empty seat beside him had never belonged to anyone. No violet-eyed girl had ever challenged professors with impossible questions. No Eleanor Scamander had ever existed. Yet when he returned to his dormitory that evening, a single crystalline shard rested on his pillow. Alongside a note in handwriting he recognized instantly, "Some things transcend even time. Find me again."